live webinars. You know, a lot of people had emailed me and asked that they wanted to go back over the day after it was over. So what I'm going to be doing is they're not going to be in actually posted as a video, but if you wanted to, if you want to download the Windows Media file, I'm going to start making those available every single day. So you can actually, I'll make them in a post. You can just go in, download it, and then view it on a Windows Media Player if you'd like. And that should help out. And I'll just what I'm going to do is I'm going to archive them on the that webinar page or the webinar tab. And the reason I can't just host all of those videos, I mean, you can imagine it's 7 hours a day. It would be, I don't even know if I could even do it. But if you'd like, I mean, you can save them to your desktop, and then once they're finished downloading, play them at your leisure. It's also be cool if all those major days that we always talk about. We're going to remember this day. It'd be nice to be able to go back and look at those over time. Yeah, that will be a big file, Jeff. And we have this 50% short at 907.75s, and it looks like 907.50s were sold into here. And we have 8 minutes now until the bell. Jerry, I took, after we hit that little negative 23% target, I got in on a pullback at 905. Actually, it was 906. I was anticipating a 50%. It actually dropped below that to the 905.50s. And right now, this is a normal play for me because, before the bell, anticipating a half gap fill at the very least. The market got hurt overnight, and there very well could be a gap down that continues. We could have a professional gap this morning. Looking at a 15-minute chart, it's been an extremely large move, and we have broken all of the bullish setups that we've had. What I'm looking for, as far as I'm looking for resistance at the optimistically seeing that we get into a full fill, but I'm not completely positive that that's going to happen. This market's been hurt bad. If you just take Friday's highs to what was Globex lows, it was at 905.25, I believe. We're running into a 50% at 913, which coincides with that right shoulder that we had at that 914. And I'm looking for the next area to get short, basically. The way I look at this is if you're short from above 914.25s, you're actually safe for a swing trade. Truer. Now 675's trade. Those numbers are also based on a full fill, too. It always makes me wonder why I see those numbers on Mondays. 65% chance of filling. How many of those days did we get a half fill? Boca, is there any reason why you're using the volume overlay on the charts? I was just looking at, wanted to start watching this market at negative 23% targets. I was looking at just volume over the weekend, and was noticing that when we do have negative 23% targets that are hit, we normally do see volume spikes. And I just wanted to continue to look at that. Unfilled gaps to the upside, it's 941. Which is a long ways away. And, on Friday we had a nice 50% long and a nice pop off of 911s and the daily pivot. The shorts at the very close of the day, it was options X. They got blown out at the 61.8% line. And then right there at the bell, we could not hold on to our, head and shoulder area at 914. So, I'm looking at both of those setups as failed at this point. Was the reversal at 919.25 last night for a fib level? Was it a fib level? I don't really see it as one. What I was seeing last night is there was a 50% short that was sold into. It was also the daily pivot at 916.50s. So we had those 916.75s and 916.50s that were sold into, and then short covering blew out a 61.8% line, and then just got slammed. And those are all the people that had gotten long at those 911s. Yeah, we're going nowhere right now. But have respected some pullbacks. We just came back into 50% of the entire morning from this low to this most recent high in 906.25s. Tight range. And 2 minutes to go. One minute to go. All right, half gap fill 911.25s. Already breaking trading hours only lows. Right at that 906.25s. 579 cover. Bank gaps down. See if we can hold on to these most recent lows here. 265 cover, 572 selling. Okay, bank is off of its lows. Breath is negative 13.7. Ugly. $5.89 selling. Negative 9.0 to 1. Bank is off of its lows. Half gap fills 911.25s. Jeff, found fun applying fibs across the stocks this weekend. Some working really well, Jeff. There's the more liquid, the better they are. Seems like Google, Apple, my old favorite is Potash, Fizzler. Baidu is a monster. And also, look at ICE and let's see here. Remember what the symbol for that is. 450 cover. Bank still off of its lows. Negative 8.9 to 1. 250 selling at trading hours lows right now. And again, we came up to that 50% short at 907.25s. $907.75s. We're sold into. Remember, this is a Globex. 50% short of that last move. Bank still holding, ES selling off. That negative 23% target, that short from 907.75s is 904.75s. 396 and 350 covered. Bank still off of lows. SR, I don't hear the difference in the pit noise as you get it changed over. Still messing with the instruction manual, SR. I'm going to test it after the bell here. But I didn't want to test it during the day, just in case. I had an audience of one this weekend, and they couldn't help me very much. 905's trade. And we are at Globex lows. Low tick of the day, 880, 818. High tick of the day, minus 274. And negative 15.3 to 1. Negative 23% target hit for that last short at 907.75. The next 50%, if we can even get another high tick. We're coming into another high tick here, 905.75s. We failed so far the gap fill. Nothing there. They had a chance to continue to pick it up here at that 906, and they failed it. We've had a low tick of the day, 958, which is an extremely low tick. Here's 701 covering. And a huge it's big volume. Okay, next 50% short, 905.75s. And Bank is still showing strength, well off of its lows. And 905.75s were the 50% short. It's front run by a tick, 905.50s. Next negative 23% target, 903.75s. The only thing that concerns me about continuing to sell into these high ticks is that Bank's off its lows. We've had a low tick of the day of basically 1,000. It doesn't mean we can't continue to sell off, but we continue to stay in the trend until trend changes. Failure right now of the 61.8% line is 906.50s. Now, John, I was long for a gap fill and I got stopped at a break even. And 847 selling 905.50s, which were the next 50% short. Bank's still off of its lows. $617 cover, $227 cover, $150 cover, and about $400 cover. So it's easily about 1,200 contracts covering. We're buying at our lows here. For the low tick of the day, minus 598, and here's another 1,200 selling into. And that is no joke right there. We have another negative 23% targets that's below us here. Market breadth is negative 10.8 to 1. And Bank's still not participating. Normally, Bank will drag the ES around. It is not this morning. Bank is off of its lows. Okay, negative 23% target is 903. Okay, next negative 23% target's hit at 903.25. 903.25's trade. Okay, we're blowing past it. New lows, no new low ticks. And again, all we really have is psychological levels down here, guys. 8, 99, 50s. Okay, new low tick, 985. We did have a low tick and a low price here. 901.75 trade. New lows and a new low tick. We've completely blown past our negative 23% targets. When that happens, then you draw an extension up. This extension is 902.50s. $902.50s trade. 482 sell, 902.25s. 180 sell, 902.25s. 298 sell, 902.50s. 589 cover. Bank just got slammed. Thanks, John. Yep, bank completely rolled over here and broke lows for the day. 244 and 179 selling, 902.50s. $220 and 151 selling, 902.25s. Target on that next 50% short is 900.50s. Every time we see a new low tick and a new low price together, just always know that you have to be cautious. It's after we've made new lows without a new low tick, where the market will kind of reset itself, and it will allow it to make new lows. Just fine. We're getting into its high tick range where it's been sold into before, and price is not going with it. $271 selling 902s. And the euro broke lows for the day. Briefly broke lows for the day. $529, 180, and 170 selling 902s. Bank continues to make new lows here. Market breadth minus 14.5 to 1, and that is the worst of the day. We came out at negative 13.9. We went to 10.1, and now we went all the way back, negative 14.7. Really have no support that I can see until we get to the 899s and the psychological level at 900. 900.25s and 950s are a negative 23% target. And 6E is off of its lows. Double bottomed at 901.25s so far. $400 cover. 902.50s trade again. 382 sell into him. We haven't even had a high tick. Our high tick of the day is plus 25 right now. $700 and 125 cover. 61.8% line is broken. And from those recent highs to lows, there's a traditional 50% at 903.25s. Excuse me, 903.50s. So first time extension was sold into, it broke above. There's another 50% short, traditional 50% short at 903.50s. 903.25s are traded. 764 cover. $174, and bank is still at its lows. 903.50s trade. Yeah, 6E took off. 6E's just going straight sideways though right now. It's just its range happens to be 20 pips. $901.25 was, you draw from our highs to our where we should have bounced back into a 50% level. Actually hit its 50% line, negative 50% line to the tick down here. It's always interesting to me when you see a retracement set up and you expect it on a certain time frame to move into a 50% and you leave it up. A lot of times that profit target will still get hit and bounce. But bank is still at lows. Breath is still weak. We still are seeing selling into 903.50s. So do you have people buying a pullback here at 902.25s? 473 buying. New high tick of the day, positive 105. And Neo, I don't know what the weekly pivot is. I do need to look at the weekly halfway back, though. Looks like 913.25 is halfway back for the week. Okay, and the 61.8% line on the people that were buying that pullback, it's failed. Bank's still making new lows. Do you know why the financials are holding up so well in the last downturn? You know, I really don't look at the individual, GS and all the other individual. XLF is an ETF, and I see that as being traded. I really like to look at Bank. I mean, it's the ETFs will kind of do their own thing. If Bank detached from what it has been doing over the last year and a half, 2 years, then I would dump it. But it gives some really good signals. It really can help keep you in a trend when you're in one. But I think the reason that a lot of those financials held up is just because of people taking profit on shorts. Those stocks get absolutely slammed. All right, the next negative 23% target is down at 900.25. $900 is 1,000 covered. 902.75s. And they are buying the pullback on the euro from its lows. It was a 50% short on the euro. It's actually a couple last night. This is a 15-minute chart on the right-hand side here. Okay, 901.50 straight. Last night we had a high, here's 39.16s to our most recent lows. We had a 50% short at 38.77. It had a negative 23% target right at that 38.21, which was basically our lows. Then we had another 50% short, from lows to highs, and we are hitting that. We just hit it a little bit ago here, 38.50s. Its target 38 even. Okay, 900.50s trade. The target was 900.25, so it's being front run by a tick there. Okay, new low tick for the day, 900.50s trade. Richard, so you don't trade the first half hour, but you'll go long at 10-ish. This morning's a little bit different. We've had some nice setups here, but normally, if we're chopping around the first half an hour, this is turning into a trend day here. A lot of times, what you'll see is, but normally, Richard, yeah, if I don't have, I will play the gap fill in the morning, almost every morning, but I'll try to get in before the bell. In the euro, still in that 50% short with the target 38.01. And we got our jitterbug going on down here. Low tick of the day was 11.76. It was the low tick and the low price. So if we can make a new low here without a new low tick, then we'll continue to see new lows until we see the next new low tick. Okay, we're at lows, guys. At lows. If you can make a new low without a new low tick. What's funny is, we're in a high tick right now at lows. So that's when you can see when we can make new lows and those high ticks we'll continue to make. That's the reason that it works. Here's 283, new lows, no new low tick. So we'll continue to make new lows until we see the next low tick. Now we are one tick off of our 899.25 low of last week. One tick off. You remember this, the big short that we're in has a target of 891. One tick off of last week's lows. $8.99's trade, 898.5's trade, and we've made a new low without a new low tick. So grab those targets and get them down. Next high tick. These 50% shorts are getting extremely small down here, but they continue to work. In a high tick, 89, 899.50s. $899.50s trade. 160 sell them. Bank's still making new lows. 20, 30, 40 lots selling into 89.25s. Remember, 89.25 was our lows from last week. See if we can make new lows without a new low tick again. At lows. $216, $238, and $240. Selling 89s. Bank still making lows, guys. There's no turnaround in bank yet. Even though this would be is a huge level. I remember 89.50s and 89.25s being a huge level. We've broken those levels. And if we saw bank here turn around, it would give us a clue. That just has not happened yet, though. And as far as targets go for this 15-minute, 50% short, you gotta look at trading hours only. We have two different levels here we're going to need to be looking at. The first one is drawn from the Friday's highs. It has a target down at 889s. And trading above those 89.25s, trading at 99.25s now. Bank's still making new lows. This is a micro 50% short they've been selling into these 89 or 99.50s here. It's been a brick wall. 99.75s trade. Bank's still at lows. Targets for shorts are 891 and 889s right now if we can break these lows. Being at lows like this, the next 50% short is up at 901. So you really can't, there's a catch-22 down here. Is one, you sit through the next retracement short and wait for the next setup. But we are 3 ticks into lows. 901s was the 50%, 900.50s trade. Coming into a high tick. And bank is not turning around. Okay, this next measured move, it's a 50% at 901s. Bank has come off of its lows. 901s trade, and bank came off of a low. New high tick for the day. The 61.8% line is 901.75s. 901.75s. This is another 50% short. But just realize that if we break above this 901.75s, there will be short covering. ADX is at 36. S3 is all the way down at 892. 901.25's trade. This is old lows. 901.25s are old lows. 524 sell 901s. Here's 250 covering, 360 covering, 901s. Okay, in that 50%, there's 1,000 that cover. There's another 1,079 that cover. There's 2,079 that covered 901s. Bank is off lows. Just be careful if you're short. There's a very important level here at 901.75s and 902s. And there will be stops above that. $328 and $315 selling into 901. Market breadth is negative 8.8 to 1. So we were at negative 14.1, negative 8.9 to 1. Now this is another just technical setup, 50% short. You just have to be aware, where stops are. Just protect yourself. Okay, since we've had a high tick, the tick has kind of reset itself here. So let's watch for a new bearish series of lower highs and lower lows in the tick. Jeff, any big 50% longs to look for? I don't see any down here. The only thing I see is a psychological level at 900 that we're dealing with. And for whatever reason, 900 wasn't the important line. It was actually, and this was, you can look back at charts, 899 25s, 899 50s. For whatever reason, 2 ticks below was what they were finding that was important. Joe, how you pulling that fib with the 889? If you go to a 15-minute chart and go from last Friday's highs to last week's lows, 2 weeks ago Friday, that's at 942 7.5s to 899.25 lows. Get that 50% 921s. That has the target down there. If this thing picks itself up and breaks the 61.8% line on the way up, the bank continues to show strength. We've double bottomed down here. We have broken new lows by 3 ticks, but so we got here for extensions on trading hours only. There's room to 904 for a run up under short covering. And new high tick for the day, 289. Yeah, look at trading hours only, 50% shorts. Now, the reason that this 61.8% line is important because once they break, usually on the next pullback, there will be interest in buying. So a series of measured moves breaks out, and then you look at the next 50% short, and you have a counter trend move up into those levels. And there's a short extension on a 15-minute chart at 904.50s. So we've traded at a negative, or a 61.8% line here. Next 50% long is at 900.25s. See if it holds up. Coming back in a low tick. Okay, 900 trades, 900 even trades. 50%, that's blown out of its 61.8% line here. In a low tick. And remember, whenever we pierce the 61.8% line, there usually is reaction at a 50% long. Breadth is negative 9.4 to 1. Now I'm traded that fib line to the 891 target is drawn from 941.75, I believe. 942, excuse me. 942 50s to our lows last week. And that was last Friday's high. And 899 50s trade again. And the euro came in from its, if you look at just trading hours, okay, from the day's highs to the day's lows, it came into a 50% short too. 38.82s. Which it is showing strength from. In fact, there's a long extension that the euro is respecting. $8.99.25 trade. Bank is back at its lows. And the short the 901.75 was the level. Bank breaks new lows. New lows for bank. One tick off of lows on the ES. $97.50 is that 50% line. Excuse me, the negative 23% target. Yep, and that 891.92 target seems to coincide with S3. Yeah, absolutely, it does. Yep. S3 is at 92s. And one tick off of lows, we see covering 754. Back in a high tick. Minus 9.9 to 1 negative breadth. Guys, for you that those of you that weren't here at the Open, I am going to be recording the entire trading days from now on, and they will be located in archives on that webinar tab at the top. They will not be, you know, you're going to have to download them if you'd like to watch them. So there'll actually just be a link for a download that you can download onto your desktop if you want. You can watch it on your Windows Media Player. And right now, Bank is just basing at lows. We're basing at lows on the ES. Breath is weak. We went up to that 61.8% line. This shows 901.63, so you round up. 901.75 was the 61.8% line. Came right up to it, and it stayed in. SR, any idea of the size of the archived file yet? I can only imagine that it's going to be big. There's I don't know yet, SR. Well, this is going to be it's going to be interesting to see if it works out. So one tick off of lows. You know, we traded at 900.25 here. And 400 cover. Yeah. So we can start buying discouraged stocks. Yeah. Another 899 sell into. So right now we have two negative 23% targets that have not been hit. First time we came up to our 61.8% line, we had another reaction at the 50, had a pullback, almost pierced that 61.8% line, sold off, and now we've come one tick off of lows. We have another 50% short at 900.25, and we're still seeing covering at lows. And we did not make a new low. Bank is basing at lows. ES is basing at lows. And on a 15-minute chart on Globex, we did have a 901.75 extension short. It has a target down at 897. That's drawn from 905s to lows. That's the extension short we're in. You can see it on a 15-minute chart down here. Go to your 15-minute Globex chart. We had a last swing low to new swing low. We had a 901.75 level. And that 901.75 was the 61.8% line too. So 905s to lows. So of the traditional 50%, it was a 61.8% line, and of the extension, it was the 50% line. Right now, you just have to wait for, we don't know that this thing can't make new lows at this point until it breaks a 61.8% line to the high side. Got to stick with the trend. Okay, so we've blown out of that 50% line of the entire, this is Euro trading hours only highs to lows. We had briefly people selling into that. We had an extension long that worked out and has hit a negative 23% target. We now have the 50% from Friday's highs to today's lows at 39.12s. See if we can get it there. I'm going to use this last swing high on bank right here as kind of the gauge as to if bank has changed as far as come out of a bear flag, because right now that's all this is. If bank broke out of this most recent high, it would kind of fail a bearish flag right here. It would give us clues that the ES could be breaking out of a 61.8. Joe M. Yeah, I had a long this morning that I got stopped out at break even, and then it broke it down out of its 61% line. Then we had another 50% short at 905.50s. It basically went to 906 even. We had another 50% short at 903.75s. And we're 2 ticks off the lows now. Daryl, no progress in fixing the market internal spreadsheet. You know, Daryl, I'm not sure what problem. I can't see any problem with it right now. I've opened it in Open Office, the new Excel, XLS, and then the new Excel. The only thing I can think of is that somehow your computer is blocking incoming data, which is strange because it's letting TOS data in through TOS. Question, Daryl, what do you have for an operating system? And that short extension had a target of 897. That was drawn from 905s to 898.50s. Its negative 23% target was 897. 897 was hit. It went into another 50% short at 898.75s. 898.50s traded. It hit its negative 23% target. Now we're in another 50% at 97.25s. 97.50s have traded. Its target 95.75. And we're in a high tick. XP, Daryl? Okay. Let's check a 15-minute chart here real quick and just see what our next 50% is. Looks like 898.75. We could run all the way back up into 898.75 for another 50% short. .8% line did break on this micro short. We have old lows at 98.50s. We have a negative 23% target down to 891. We also have S3 at 892. Okay, Jonathan. Okay. Windows 34 or 64 support DDE. For them to work, you have to disable UA protection. And I wish, Daryl, I wish I could get you there, but I'm not exactly sure how to get there on XP. $783 and $543. Looks like they're selling into old lows. There's 604 selling into 98 even. Right now, yeah, I am short knob trader. I'm trailing 90, 99.75s, and that's based on a 15-minute chart at this point. We haven't seen a new low tick, and that would be a failure on a 15-minute chart of this short setups. $5.48 and $3.12 selling into 98s. The very first one, because I was long before the bell, and I got stopped out at break even. And then that very first short, I took at 905.50s, and I took it off the negative 23% target, 903s. And then took the next setup, and I'm still in that one. Front running 903.25s, and that's what I'm in now. With a stop at 99.75s, which if I could do over, I would probably have taken it off at the 97s. But there's no real reason to get out of the trend until it fails at this point. We're still, if you look at bank over here, every time that we've made a low, you've seen short covering on bank, and then we've continued to make new lows. And on a 15-minute chart, if you look at the next short setup, we had another short setup at this 98.75s. 98.75s trading. Its target is 95 even, 95.25s. Just purely looking at a 15-minute chart, not even looking at a 233. And a break above 99.75s would signal a trend change for me. Because first of all, we would be above that 99.25s, which is last week's low. The big area that I'm looking at, if you look at the 15-minute short setup that we ran into on Friday, I mean, I was at the 21s. I think that's still valid because we broke out of the 50% line. We've had no reaction at that 50% line on Friday. Led me to believe that it was a failed setup. And we actually respected a 50% long up here that we failed to break out from. Remember, we had a 926 50% long target, and it failed to break out. That target was at 925 50s, and then we had that 926 50% short, and that was from last week's high to last week's low. Actually, it was last Friday's high to 899.25s. Do you suggest you use the 15-minute to manage? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would rather manage a swing trade on a 15-minute chart and give a little bit back with the possibility of us continuing trend. Because, I mean, you don't get a whole lot of fake outs on the 15-minute chart. I mean, last week on Friday we did, but they're large enough to where you have plenty of time to change. You see a 61.8% line fail, and you get into the trend. I mean, that's all of my I try to do that with all my trades. You look at the trend on the 15-minute chart and you trade that trend, basing your entries on the 233 chart, targeting the negative 23% targets on the 15-minute chart. And when a big level fails, you know it's on a 15. There's going to be the next pullback is going to be important. Mark M. Yeah, last night would have been nice. If any of you guys were short from last night, you guys have an amazing trade right now. I know I saw a couple of people on chat that were shorting, 19s. Awesome trade. 25 points. Or 20 points. Yeah, still. Short and long all night. We're staying up for. Still got 15s, Jeff. Nice job. Nice. Man, huge. Yeah, 15.75s failed last night, and then that 61.8% line blew out. It was over. 14.75s. Huge stuff. So the next negative 23% target that we're working on is down at 95s. 8.95 even. And we still do have that big short. It's off screen right now. And that is 8.89s. See if we can see anything on the daily chart that's going to be I really don't see anything on a daily chart to give us any problems. But that 890 is going to be a huge, huge level. You can make a case for a 50% long there, which might not necessarily be a great long, but you'll notice people cover there. It's also a negative 23% target. Now, trader, how do I get a volume on the volume chart, or a graph on the volume chart? Go to settings, and you click on, let's see here, you want to superimpose lower studies. And that will give you a DEMA on volume. That's all I did. 96.50s trade. Wow. Huge. So next negative 23% target is down at 95s. 95.5s trade. And 6E for the entire day is coming back into a 50% long. Now, I'm not saying that that is necessarily a good long. With the ES selling off, you expect the euro to do the same. Be interesting to see if they've detached here. But that long setup is showing a target back up into its 50% for the from last Friday's highs to lows. So we're gonna have to watch this 50% line here. If we get a pop and a pullback, it'll give us clues as that negative 23% target is valid up there. Yep, it's breaking through that long. Okay, 95.25s trade. That is that negative 23% target. And we have made new lows without a new low tick. Bank just continues to get hammered. No, Daryl, I was actually long this morning. Pre-market, playing the gap fill on a pullback, and got stopped out break even. Took the next short, took it at profit at its negative 23%. It's flat, and then took the next short. That's the one I'm still in. It's basically 903.25s at this point. I'm a little bit hesitant to add down here because we're 4 points away from a possible low. We've hit a negative 23% target. Usually on a swing trade, I like to see a 10-point range just to be safe. Daryl, okay. When you look at, here's before the bell, okay? We had hit a negative 23% target down here at 905.25s, and then there was a pullback long. It was right before the bell. I had gotten into the 906s, 906.25s, I mean, and then first target hit, break or reduced risk. Okay, a 61.8% line fill. We broke new lows. It was our first 50% short and our negative 23% target. We blew right past that. Then there was the next setup. That was at the 903s. 903.75s, 903.50s traded. Front run by a tick. And then we still had an extension short at 901.75s. Out of a traditional 50%, it actually touched its 61.8% line. Didn't break above it. And then since then, market just continues to get hammered here. So that negative 23% target was hit. 95 was the target. 95.25s trade. Next 50% is 97s. So you gotta watch 96.75s. We're in a high tick now. 96.50s trade. 250 selling 96s. Market breadth is negative 10.9 to 1. So are you able to add, or were you able to add? No. Daryl, I really don't like to add unless it's a dedicated swing trade. I mean, I won't add. I was really looking for 926s. And I missed an entry for a swing trade short. I think there'll be another opportunity for us on a 15-minute chart, this week. What I'm interested in seeing is, if we do trade the 890s, that is a 50% long, we'll go back into an all-time where we'll have a rally. Because we've had a huge sell-off since last Thursday. Not last Thursday, the Thursday before. And I think that eventually we will have a nice short covering rally where, we can get into a swing trade short. And that will be something that you can hold on to. You add heavy at first, on that day, and then let it go. And I like to see at least 10 points in between an entry and then an add. That's at the very least. Because once they run double for you and double against you. Gotta get to the point where average fill is safe on a 15-minute chart. So that you have to be trading that anchor. Even if you would have sold 19s, adding down here, there's a possibility of us hitting negative 23% targets and rallying into the close. We also have a professional gap down trend day, which they do tend to close at lows. So there's a possibility that we could get down to 890s, but waiting for that next swing high. RV, at this point, my stop is right above these 99.75s. You could take it down to here to these 97.75s. It is the next swing short. 97s were the 50%. 97.75s did trade. Next negative 23% target is 94.50s. 94.50s. Bank just continues to make new lows. 662 cover. $5.30 sell, $8.96. Bank continues to make new lows. Bank continues to make new lows. This market's in trouble. Negative 9 points, 7-1. We have 15 minutes until the daily doldrums begin. At lows, guys. That 94.50 target was a couple ticks away. Still double bottoming on that last negative 23% target, 95.25s. Let's check a 15-minute chart and just make sure that we're not running into anything. We have some old swing highs at 895, 896s. But that's all I can see at this point. Double bottoming at 95.25 so far. .6E hit that 50% and did bounce. .450 cover. $96.75 straight. Doc, when you look for a gap fill or half gap fill, pre-market is timing usually about 1 to 1, 1.5 hours before they open. I will look at entries all the way up until about 3 minutes before the bell, Doc. Usually from what I've seen, at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 5 o'clock Pacific Time, a.m., is when things start to change. Bank did come off of lows, guys. So if you want to look at pre-market, I would look at 8 Eastern Standard Time, so an hour and a half before. You read the initial failure at the 50% long from 904 pre-market to 907 in the first 3 minutes when it fell through 906. From that point, did a short setup and entered at first 50% short. Now, yeah. Okay, 61.8% line trades. We're at 97.50s. 97.50 is that 61. '50s trade. New high tick for the day. '50s trade. 25s trade. '50s trade. The failure is 75s. 590 cover, 285 cover, 97.25 straight. 7.5 straight. See if there's any extensions that we missed, but that was a 61.8% line, 50% short that did fail. There's only one other possibility that I see for a short down here, and that's drawing from, because we did have another extension at that 98.75. It was also a 50%. They both had the same targets. So let's zoom in here. If you draw from 901.25s to these most recent lows, we had a 98.75 short. It had a target at 95 even. The 50% was the exact same level. We had 98.75s. That was the negative 23% target that we were looking at. 95s, they both had negative 23% targets. If you draw from those same highs at 901.25s to new lows, you get a 98.25s. And we're going into the doldrums now. We're 7 minutes into 7 minutes into the 11 o'clock reversal period. Bank has come off of lows. Very aware. You just have to be very aware of, when 61.8% lines fail, there's a possibility for a reversal. Yeah, watch 96.75s right now. And 97s did trade. Whenever a 61.8% line breaks, there's a possibility for the next low tick in a pullback that they'll respect it and take it higher. Double bottomed at 95.25s. No, I'm trading. So I haven't hit my target, my stop yet, but in 50% short broke. Now, I'm sure depending on where you got in, if you're trading on the 233, you could still use 98.75s as a failure level, because I do see it as a 50% short. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's 901.25s. It's an extension short. Whenever you have an extension shorts, they work just as well, especially on trends. So 98.25s is an extension short. You just got to trail 61.8%. You could even trail this high at 98.75 still. Or previous lows. Previous lows 98.50s. So 98.75s are a decent place to have your line in the sand up. Yep, new high tick on TOS. Bank is off of lows. This has been the biggest pop on bank yet today. And that low tick. Low tick came down to minus 400. '98's trade. $98.25 is an extension short. Bank came off of lows. We came back. We failed the 61.8% line, and then the next low tick was bought. In fact, it was front run by 2 ticks. But the extension short is still up here, and they have been respected this morning. And we really don't have a whole, we only have one other target down at 90s. I don't like to pick bottoms, so I'm going to let it. I'm going to let a trend change actually happen here. What's interesting to me is when a 61 breaks, and you expect a pullback, and you don't get one. Is there a short on 15 minutes at 901.50s? As we go through the domes, we'd be looking at that level. All I see right now are extensions on the 15-minute chart from previous lows. And I can see, I can see your 901.50. It's an extension short, but we're also 4 points away from that right now. Okay, now we're getting our pullback. 329, 225, 191. Selling 97.25s. Yeah, on the 15-minute chart, to get the extension short for the day, going from 907.25s to lows, is a 901.25. Still looks ugly. Okay, this is the 50%, 96.50s, 96.75s trade, 96.50s trade. $96.50s trade. $96.25s trade. 96s trade. That 61.8% line has failed. $248 selling, $250 selling. In a low tick. Bank has not made a new low. 466. buying in a low tick at 96.25s. So that short extension has worked out. It has a target down at 94. And the long setup fails. So the short side is still in play. It's still valid. Coming up into another high tick. And we are in our 11:30 reversal period right now. Okay, chopping around at lows. $423 selling 96.75s in a high tick. And Bank isn't selling off with the ES right now. So we have a failed 50% short, and we have a failed 50% long, going straight sideways at lows. And that extension short still has that target at 94. See if we can break down. One tick off the lows. So the ES is getting close to making new lows, and Bank is not. Yeah, we're 5 minutes now into the daily doldrums. ADX is at 26 and declining. At lows. This is a triple. We've been down here 3 times now. 151, 180, 130 selling. 95.50s trade. 300 buying, 95.75s in a low tick. $363 cover, buying 95.75s. We have not seen a bullish setup work yet today. Not a single one. At lows again. $95.25's trade. 94 is that target. If we can break lows without a low tick, we'll continue to see new lows until the next new low tick. Yeah, alpha. Probably seeing that a lot over the next few months. It wouldn't surprise me. That daily chart's looking ripe. Okay, new lows. No new low tick. 94.75. It's a negative 24. 93.75, excuse me. 94's trade. 94's trade. 760 selling. Okay, new low tick thinkorswim. New low tick trade station. Whenever we see a new low tick, we have to assume that it could be possibly the low of the day. Until we can make a new low, that is our thinking. Move target down or take it off 92s. I'd leave it. There's nothing saying that we're going to bounce at 92s. I see an 890 as a 50% long, and at this point, this is a swing trade. You can get into another entry and target the negative 23% target if you're flat and wait for the next high tick. Even if you've been in above 89s, I'd hold and see if 92s fail, and if 92s fail, you just continue to trail 61.8% lines. $93.5's trade. And the negative 23% target now traded was at 89.25. 89.25. So we've hit another negative 23% target. See what our next measured move is here. We have another 50% retracement at 95.75s. Previous lows will act as resistance also at 95.25s. And 6E breaks down. They are not detached. Euro and the ES are moving together. Yeah, Daryl, there is a 50% long at 890. It stretches from 822 to highs. Yep, good eye. You actually have to go out to the daily chart to see that. That's why the 890 and that 50% long. It might not necessarily be a good long, but it will be a spot where people will cover shorts. And that's drawn from what I see is a low at 823 toward Globex highs. And that does come out to at 890, 7.5s. $891. Would you front run that 891 for a long? No, Daryl, there's no way. I mean, it is a huge 50% level. 911s on Friday were a little bit different because it was 50% back for the entire day. It was also the daily pivot. I mean, putting a limit order down at a level like that is sometimes the only way to get filled. But there's no way that I'm gonna try to catch a falling knife on this market. Friday there was a bullish setup. I mean, we had bullish setups, and that was buying a pullback. It's a little bit different than buying a falling knife. I'd say that you're having a bunch of buy orders at 890s, 91s to me to cover shorts is a great idea. Because once it trades, it might not trade again. You're going to see orders down there to cover as well. 1,008 selling, 671 buying, 209 buying. So wash. Okay, new low tick. Knob trader, target is 891. Because of that 50% long, the negative 23% target is 890.75s, or 890.50, excuse me. So you could even say 891. If 891 is front running the negative 23 by 2 ticks, and it's front running that 50% long by 1. What levels tend to work best as support and resistance, high and lows from Globex or trading hours only? Andre, as a general rule of thumb, if you're looking at a larger time frame, Globex. If you're looking at the day, just the day, I would say that the trading hours only kind of rules the day. Like the trading hours only lows to highs for 50% back for a day, that's an extremely important level. But if you're looking at more than one day, then take Globex highs and lows into account. But if you're looking at just one, trading hours. Stops right now, 96.75s, 96.50s, above the 61.8% line. PHP Global, your name isn't coming up. If you refresh your page, that will be fixed. Yeah, you just need to log out and then log back in. That was from some work that we were doing with code last night. If you show where you're getting 891 as a target, that is coming on a 15-minute chart. We're drawing on trading hours only. And you can see this going Globex too. But it's not last Friday, but the Friday before. Drawing from that high at 942.50s to our lows at 899.25s from last week. We had a 50% short at 921s that had a target down at 889.75s. We also have 50% long down at that 890.75s. So we've had a low tick of the day, guys, and we have not made a new low yet. We'll continue to, if we can get a new low without a new low tick now, because when we see those low ticks and a low of the day, we have to assume that could be the bottom. Drag your stops down, you protect profit. And after you see the new low and no new low tick, then you can relax. In the euro, touched the 61.8% line. Target's 37.88 on the euro. '93's trade. '92.25's trade. So we hit that negative 23% target, 94s, ran back up into another 50%. It found resistance at 95.25s, hit its negative 23% target. The next 50% retracement is at 93.75s. Bank broke new lows. Okay, we have two. The next negative 23% target is at 891.25s. 891.50s. 891.50s and 891.25s. Next negative 23% target, 93.75s. An 83.75s trade. In a high tick. Bank briefly broke new lows. And we have 5 minutes until noon. $444 sell, 93.50s. Okay, and we do have S3 down here, guys. Heads up. S3 has traded. I have 92.25 as S3. 92.25's trade. S3 contains the market 90% of the time. Stops, tighten them up, 94.25s. $94.50s. Banking off of a low. Yeah, I have 889 as that negative 23% target. The only reason I was saying 891s is because it was that big 50% long. It also was corresponding with some two negative 23% targets down here, and that's why I was saying 891. So that's true. That the extension negative 23% target is 889s. So you guys are right. And S3 has traded. $897 selling, $475 selling. So we have the new negative 23% target at 91.50s. Yeah, Jeff, awesome job. Plus 20 trade. Excellent job. 156.97 selling, 92.75s. We're one tick off of lows and not even close to a new low tick yet. 11.65 cover. Okay, it's 12 o'clock in New York. 1,027 selling, 92.75s. 629 covered. Market breadth is negative 12.4 to 12.1 to 1. Throwing around big contracts right here. Here's another 600 and 400 covering, 1,000 covering. And 92.25s were S3. Negative 12.3 to 1. Okay. Yeah, I have S3 at 92 even also. It's just a pretty good rule of thumb to just, when you're looking at a target, just front run it by a tick. It's almost everything in the ES is front run by a tick. Rookie, the easiest way to do it is just to get the pivot study out of Thinkorswim and put it on a minute chart. Any minute chart will do. 2 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute, doesn't matter. As long as it's not a tick chart. And then put, and I like to do this on a separate chart so the pivots don't mess up the scale of my charts. That's just a personal thing, but So you can just have a separate chart that has pivot, S1, 2, 3, R, 1, 2, 3, up throughout the day. You know what they are every single day, right when you open your charting platform. Okay, 92's trade. 92 evens trade. No new low tick. Trade station, you guys got a low tick? That's huge. S3 has traded. It was front run the first time. This time, you got 400 covering, 20, 30, 40 lots, covering 93s. 313 selling. Let's look at breadth and see if we're 12.0 to 1, negative breadth. $867 selling, 92.75s. $600 cover. Pressure's down. $390 and $268 cover. With today's price action, the 900 level broken. Do you think that the high was put in at 53s and the larger 665 target is invalidated? Steve, if you look at a weekly chart, and this is 3 years. I'm looking at Globex. I'd like to see that 990 or that 890 trade, but I do think that we've started another leg down. And if you take 2008 back in May, and this was at the 1250 level to lows. This is extension short. We have a 50% line at 957, which was, so I'm showing 959 here. 957 was Globex highs. So, this has been about the third level on the way up that could be a possible huge, 50% line. And it's actually the deepest sell-off that we've seen. A 50% level half. So yes, to answer your question, I do think that we've started a new leg down and that 665 is invalidated. But what I am, this is the catch-22. If you're looking for a swing trade short that you can hold on to, honestly today, if you have anything above those 899.25s, there is a possibility that this could run. Or excuse me, yeah, 899.25s. And it's almost worth holding on to it just to see. But you have to realize that, what are you risking? I'd personally like to take, the trades off and then wait for another swing high. The only risk in that is that we might not have a rally into the close. We could have a trend day for the rest of the day. And that this could, our 3-month or, our, I guess it's a 16-week rally. Don't quote me on that. But, it could only take 2 or 3 weeks to get down to your low 800s again or lower. 740 down there is an inverted head and shoulders, and I think the market will gravitate towards that level. 740, 739. or the gap might fill. If we hit 890s, I mean, the S3 has traded right now. And if we can't make new lows today, then I'm going to be long into the close. 890s are huge. Just for the off chance, just like we had on Friday. This has been a huge run. Immense. Market sells off basically, 23, 24 points. Then we have a 61.8% line at 94.25s. We have 488, 429 selling into it. The ES hit S3 and bank came off of its lows. Right at 94.50s, knob. 94.25s, 94.50s. And the volume declines every single day like this during this time frame. So this is normal. And this is why the daily doldrums are choppy. S3 contains the market 90% of the time. And 94 straight, 93.75 straight. From 98 to our most recent lows, it's a 50% level at 95s. We're getting close to blowing out of a 61.8% line here. And that is the next short, up at 95s. At this point, since we hit S3, I can't guarantee that the next 50% short is going to work out at 95s. With seeing bank off of its lows, hitting S3, and breadth increasing. When we had a pullback down here, we had a 61.8% line that was respected, 92.75s. And another thing is that this bullish or this bearish trend line has broken out. We didn't make a low tick when we made a new low. It was pretty darn close. And we're in a high tick right now. Possible new bullish trend line. Negative 23% target for that little micro long. Which is actually one of the first ones I've seen respect the 61.8% line today. I want it in writing. I can't. I mean, normally in with these trends, we have a very high likelihood of getting first targets hit, and 50% levels working out and getting first targets hit. Placing a limit order or front running this 50% with bank moving higher after we've hit S3 with the tick breaking out of a bearish trend line this low in our range. I wouldn't be placing an order out 50% line on this one. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Yeah, Jeff, Linda Steinberger's, all of those guys on the moneyshow.com, that is a huge, huge resource. There's enough videos on that website to keep you busy for a very long time. Yep, good for rainy days. Breadth was 12.4 to 1. Now we're at 11.1 to 1. And we're still in a high tick. A low tick in a bullish trend line would be down here in the minus 540s, minus 500s. Most of the day has been spent below zero. And our high tick of the day is 381. $83.75 is another little micro long. See if that works. Very nice. still in this high tick. It's actually hooking, like it wants to take off to the upside here. And I don't think we're going to get a pullback here. We have to see if that 50% short works here. But we've hit a negative 23% target. We have not gotten a pullback, and even another micro long at 93.75s here. 94s are all that's traded so far. Okay, 93.75 straight. There. Okay, that was a pullback, and here's 1,031 covering. This is a low tick and a bullish trend line. And the possibility of this moving up into his 50% short is pretty good. During the daily doldrums, we normally do have these 50% levels that will bounce between. $94.25 straight. Okay, we have 40 minutes until 1 o'clock. We've seen 2 entries on these micro longs into, this is a counter trend trade into the next 50% short at 95s. $94 straight. Breath's 9.8 to 1. ADX is at 36.3. $93.75 is the micro long. 93.50s, 93.25s are the 50 or the traditional for the full halfway back, which is only 2 ticks. 50s trade. Blown. 93s trade. 61.8% line trades. And 92.75s trade. 93.75 was the very first long. 375, 235. Selling in a low tick right now. Anyone else having a problem with audio? Harvey, no. I'm out. It's the daily doldrums. I can't do anything until I see a 15-minute. At least until I see a trend change, which we have not seen yet. We have seen a micro short fail. We're basically bouncing around at lows here. Know the rules. We're going to get a trend change. These 50% longs have to start working out. Which, we're basing at lows at this point. And buying 92s, I have a feeling is going to be the trade of the day here for retracement, but we haven't confirmed anything yet. It's kind of guessing at this point. Okay, we have a half an hour until 1 o'clock. We've had a new high tick for the day. Amazing. And we have this 50% 93.25s. It did fail at 61.8% line. But the micro short has also failed. See if we can see anything on a 15-minute chart. Okay, we take from lows to this most recent highs on a 15-minute chart. We have 93.50s, 93.25s, 93.50s. So that is a 15-minute. Here's 93.25s, 93.50s. Where would you see the R3 retrace to going? Kevin, if you look at trading hours only, I mean, a lot of times what we'll do is retrace on ourselves, 100 or 50% of the entire day. Let me pull up the daily pivot. See, gap downs will turn into, trend days. It doesn't happen often, but it happens. Let me just pull up the daily pivot real quick. The daily pivot is all the way down at 897. We're only 3 points away from the pivot. At 50% for the entire trading day is 899, 75s. So let's look at it this way. Yesterday's, or last week's low were 899.25s. The 50% retrace of the entire day is 899.75s, which is right there at those previous lows. So, I mean, we could go up and retest last week's lows from here. Okay, so on a 15-minute chart, 893.25s were a 15-minute 50% retracement. If you can see them on a 15-minute chart, they're important. It has a target of 895. 895 is also a 50% short. That's from 898 to Lowe's, and there are orders up there. So in a 15-minute chart, we saw a pullback to 93.25s, which is valid at this point. And there's going to be another long entry at 93.50s in the next low tick. If we can go up and hit that negative 23% target and that 50% short, then we're going to have a 15-minute 50% retracement at 93.50s. So 93.50s, 93.75s are a great entry. Okay, 94 straight. A 15-minute chart, a 50% retracement, is still 93.25s. $93.50s, 93.75s trade. Grant, if the market internal Excel sheet, you have to what version of Excel do you use? Okay, Grant, go into your settings and make sure that you have live data. Do you have live data or real, not delayed? Have a great day. Right under here under setup, you're going to see quote speed, real time, no delay. Okay, guys, 93.25 traded. That is the 50%. And we're in a low tick. Okay, 93 straight. $436 selling. extremely slow. The tape is creeping here. Volume is almost nothing. Close to after hours. Okay, in a low tick and a bullish trend line. Grant, up in the top right-hand corner, there's a button called Setup up here. Click on Setup, and then make sure your quote speed is real time, no delay. And then OK. Do you see anything bullish today as the cash is sitting on the 200-day? I really see that 890 as bullish. But the 200 SMA is huge. The fact that we have these lows in, we've hit S3 and we've come so close to all of our negative 23% targets. Basically, 4 or 5 ticks off, and S3 stopped us so far. You'd think that you'd see some accumulation, or at least more short covering. But I do see this 93.25 as a 15-minute, 50% retracement. It has not pierced its 61% line yet. Yeah, and 890 is the 50% line from 823. Okay, great, Grant. No, Irish, I can't. Can't really do anything until 1 o'clock at this point. It's just too slow. I'm flat. Grant, go into your Excel tool. Go into Data. And then it's going to say, on yours, it's going to say Link. This is a new version. Okay? It's going to say Link. And then make sure you have auto checked. It's going to say Update Automatic. And then close it. And then you should be good. More than likely your Excel is not updating automatically. Cons, no problem. And if any of you guys are having problems watching the webinars, on a couple of them, they were recorded in GoToWebinar codec, and I still have to post that link on top of the ones that are affected by that. So that's why there was problems with those webinars, and they're not being recorded in that GoToWebinar codec anymore. Negative 8.7 to 1. Bank spacing at lows. Breadth is negative 8.7 to 1, up from negative 11.1. Okay, 93.25 straight again, 93.50 straight. Okay, we have 15 minutes until 1 o'clock. The euro is showing some strength off its lows. Bank is off of its lows. We've hit S3. Breadth is terrible. And we've broken one 50% short at the 61.8% line. And it was a micro. We have a 15-minute 50% short that has not even traded at its 50% line. And then our 15-minute long. Every time we come down to these 93.25s, we do have buyers down here. There's not a whole lot of room to get into a reduced risk trade down here. The next 50% short Joe is drawn from 98 even to our lows. So 98 even to our lows, and it's a 15-minute 50% retracement. Has a target down at 891s. And another low tick, and they buy 93s again. Hans, great. Thanks, Alpha. Okay, we have 14 minutes now until 1 o'clock, guys. 1 o'clock is when people will start to position themselves for the 1:30 reversal period. .8% line broken. We have to assume that 91s are going to trade now. When a long setup like that fails, it's basically leading us down into our negative 23% target. Which is at 891s. One tick off of lows. Bank's not leading us down. ADX is at 30.9. We wouldn't know it though. And 92.25's trade, and they are one tick off of that S3. very slow. All right, guys, I'm going to take a really quick break. I'm going to come back here in a couple minutes. We're going to come up to 1 o'clock. Then we're going to find out if we break through lows. 891s could completely fail. We could turn this into a complete trend day. If these levels hold, then we're going to have time to get into a pullback long during that 1 o'clock to 1:30 reversal period. All right, one tick off of lows, one tick off of S3. Looks like a micro 50% off of lows. Let's see if they hold. It's 1 o'clock. And it's still this 93 and 93.25. Yeah, Hans, what do you think the probabilities that we see a reversal with the breath starts looking so negative? I mean, it's at this point, professional gap down, trend day. We have targets below us that have not been filled. They have not been filled. We have 891s. We have 889 for that negative 23% target. 92.75's trade. We still could have a ways to go. And that 50% long is down at 91s. And we shouldn't be, trying to pick bottoms down here without another, 50% short breaking down. If you look at this number of ways, one is, this has been front run on a huge level. If it is a short at 94.50. So that means that, 95s were the 50% short. And, it's been front run by 2 ticks, which is extremely bearish. The only thing that, does give us clues as to, the 1 o'clock time frame. 1 o'clock were sellers. Excuse me. This is just going nowhere at 1 o'clock. 12.55 had short covering off of lows. 1 o'clock did nothing, but bank is off of lows. Yeah, and AV, is the 15 minutes showing a bear flag. Pause, refresh. Yeah. That's why right now, there's 2 different choices. There's 2 different trades. One is, buying our lows. The other is selling, 94.50s, which looks like a 50% retracement that's been front run by 2 ticks. Everything else is just chop in between. But if you're looking for clues as to, which way this thing is going to pop, breath has been getting slightly better. It's incredibly bearish right now at negative 8.5, but from where we've been, it's gotten stronger, and then bank is off of its lows. So those are the clues that I look for, because bank will usually drag the ES higher. It will usually drag the ES lower. If bank right now were at its lows and breaking new lows, then I would be more inclined to say that we would break down here and go and touch our negative 23% target. The other thing too is we've seen these negative big 15-minute negative 23% targets I've seen them go sideways for 20 hours before. Let's go over news this week. Trichet spoke this morning. We have existing home sales tomorrow. They're expecting better than last month. Obama speaks tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern. New home sales on Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Crude oil, and then we get the FOMC minute statement. Then we do get a federal funds rate at 2:15 on Wednesday. And they are in a tight spot right now. They really can't do anything to this rate. And on Thursday, unemployment before the bell. We have enough news coming out here this week, and possibly bad news, that this could be the reason why we aren't seeing a whole lot of short covering at these lows. It isn't necessarily buyers that will pop this thing higher. It's the shorts that have been short since 2 Thursdays ago. That if they're not concerned about this market rallying because of the possible news coming out, then what motivation do they have to cover shorts? And that's the big reason. That's the reason we get these end of day rallies after a big sell-off, is because of short covering. If they have no reason to take profit, why should they? So it's Joe M. It's the Fed minutes on Tuesday. Excuse me. Yeah, no, we have on Wednesday we have FOMC, and then we have the federal funds rate. So Wednesday is the Fed day. Wednesday is Fed day. And then Thursday is unemployment. So, and Friday's pretty quiet. Bank rolled back over. Has a longer-term uptrend had been broken? Yes, it has. I believe it has. On Tuesday last week, we are coming back into a larger 50%, but it is not a measured move. And at lows, S3 trades again. ADX finally is at 20.1. No new low tick. And 15 minutes until 1:30. $300 buy at lows, $300 selling. Wash. New lows. $890.50 is the negative 23% target. Did anybody get a new low tick? Thank you, Jeffrey. New low tick, and we've hit that negative 23% target at 891.25. Man, that just shows you the power of a 15-minute chart. Okay, check this out real quick. I want to show you this. On a 15-minute chart, if you took the last swing high at 98 to lows, which we see on the 233 chart, then it gives us that strange, let me just delete this drawing. Let me show the difference between a 233 and a 15-minute. We just draw from last swing high to last swing low. Remember we had that 50% up at 895s? And we were seeing it front run by a couple ticks. You look at the 15-minute chart and just take, it was the top of the last candle to lows. The 50% level was actually 895. Interesting. So that means that the 15-minute chart is that's why it's more powerful. And new low tick. And we made a new low tick and a new low at the same time. And the euro's chopping around. So micro 50% short at 91.25s. 435 selling. 261 selling. Breaths negative 12.6 to 1. We were negative 8. And a full 50% retrace into old lows. It's possible here. And 890.25s have traded. Remember, on that daily chart, it was 890. That was that 50% long. Yep, 889 is still a valid target. Only thing that concerns me now is that 890, 50% long. And that is 890 50s, 890 25s. ADX turned up. And that 50% short still works. 89.75 is the next target. The green shadow on the ES 15-minute chart is volume. It's just through a volume steady up. And you can get that if you don't want it to affect your charts and how they scale. You can superimpose them over the charts and change the color. Instead of showing volume in a different window. And we've hit that long to the pretty much to the tick here. They're in a low tick. So go into settings and go to, you got to hit futures and then show volume, make a shortcut. In general, you have to say color volume, the very last option, overlapped volume. Make sure that's checked. And then you can change the color down in at the bottom of that screen right there. 90-50s trade. Last night I was watching volume after hours. It gives you a little bit of clarity. Bank is just rolled over hard. Gives you a little bit of clarity, during the trading day as to where the daily doldrums are. You see that bell. We have high volume in the morning. It trails off as we get into the afternoon. And then as we come back from the afternoon up into the close, we start getting volume back. That is what the daily doldrums is. That's why you have to use caution during them, because of that volume is gone. But that kind of puts it on a chart for you. There's one thing I do like to look at, I started to look at last night, was volume after hours when we hit 50% levels, when we hit negative 23% targets. It's very interesting. But you can't get too small of a time frame on it. Because if you look at it on a 233 chart, it's you're not going to get a whole lot of data that you can use from that. The doldrums always reminds me of the book Phantom Toll Booth. It's funny, I was forced to watch that movie a little while ago. It was very painful. So 890s were that 50% long. 117, we made a low tick, and we have made a new low after that. And guys, for you, those of you that weren't here earlier, I am going to be recording all of these trading days, and I'm going to be placing an actual file on the website. So if you're not here and you missed part of the day, you can go and download that Windows Media Player file, and then you can kind of skip around. $654, $850 selling, $890 25s. Another $550 selling, $890s. So the negative 23% target, $889 25s, $889 50s. Is a valid, it's a huge negative 23% target on a 15-minute chart. And if we get below that, I run out of targets. I'm out of targets in general at this point. Looks like 880 might be a right shoulder on the S&P. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. $890, 25 trade. I see a resistance level on the S&P cash at 888, and then 876. And if you look at the ES, that coincides with the 872. Okay, guys, 89.50 trade. $25 straight. And this is that big negative 23% target, guys. There's 970 selling, 246 selling. Still see heavy sellers. Yeah, AV, if I run out of targets, would I sell for 670? Absolutely. I'll sell for how's 540. Bank breaks new lows. And we've hit a negative 23% target. A lot of times, guys, we've seen this. These are the highs of the day. These are the lows of the day. They have a funny way of working themselves out that way. Just be aware that it's there. Daryl, about the dolums, you explained earlier how to superimpose the DEMA over the volume. Yeah, here. Let's go edit studies. Let me make sure that that's a DEMA. No, that's actually, I'm sorry, that was not a volume chart. I did not have the volume line study on the volume. That was the open interest. Sorry, open interest. But you can put a volume study, a DEMA on the volume. And you can see it drops off from the rollovers on the open interest. I'll have to get you guys a study in there for volume and moving average. It isn't much use on a daily chart anyway. The only thing that volume can tell you is kind of after something has happened, kind of confirm a move. Mark M, have I ever studied or traded volume bars? Yeah, I have, Mark. And what I kind of took out of it was that it didn't help me make any decisions based on my trading style because it is so fast. It just seemed like it would. If you were looking at volume, you're always looking at what had happened in the past, and then saying, "Oh, okay, well, that's why that happened." And it just didn't give you any right now, because the volume bar is ticking through. The tape is the relation to that volume. So if you're looking at the tape, that is the volume bar is in hindsight of what happened on what I see as the tape. So it's kind of, the reason I put it up is just to look at volume at those negative 23% targets and 50% levels and support and resistance, just to kind of get a better idea. And I do see as after hours, if you look at on a 233 chart, I told you guys not to do this, but during the trading day, the volume is crazy. It's going to be huge on the 233 on every single bar. You're not going to be able to sell anything. But if you look at a 233 chart after hours, and you look at volume data, that does give you clues. That's what I have noticed. If you're coming up to a pivot and you see, you can actually see where big money has come in to push the market around. So 889.25s have traded. It's a negative 23% target. It was that was a 15-minute 50% retracement. Had a target 889.25s. So now a lot of times what we'll see is there's profit taking. We're running up into another 50% short at this 91.75s. What we're going to do is we're going to look for it is 130. We hit that negative 23% target at 127. And it looks like the 130 crowd is covering. But they have an opportunity. They have another short setup right now that they can pile into if they want. So what happens when we go into a 50% retracement and we hit a negative 23% target? We got to look at, just like we do on the micro levels, where's the next 50% retracement? I have 906 even, which is not likely because we've had such an overextended move, but I can see how a short extension could work out from lows to highs. And a short extension has a target up at 899.75. And that extension is drawn from our lows on Friday at 910.75s to our lows of today. Let's check a 15-minute chart and just, we are in another 50% short here at 892s. Has a target down at 887.75, 888. That's drawn from 894.50s to our lows. It's the same thing you see here on the 233 chart. Trade station guys, when did you guys get your low tick? What time? I have 117. 32. Okay, Thinkorswim and okay, 118. Which means we've made new lows without new low tick. Okay, we all have about the same low tick here. The next 50% long. It's pressure. Bank is off of its lows, continuing to show strength off of these lows after it broke new lows for the day. 90.50 and 90.75s we're going to have to watch. No pullback, just short covering. Okay, we've broken out of a 61.8% line. Just make sure we're seeing the same thing on the 15-minute chart. You could make for a case for an extension short from 895 to lows, which it's still in. So really can't get long without a pullback. Still no pullback. If you look at a 15-minute chart, there is room. There is room to run back to 89s. And negative 23% targets are profit-taking spots. Yeah, very nice, Jay. Still basing at highs. I can see on a 15-minute chart that we could go into an extension short at these 900 evens. Basically retesting our old lows. And we'll have to watch the daily pivot at the close here, but we're at 96s. So 92s to 900s, that's 8 points. We have 4 points to the 50% in the daily pivot. So if we moved up to 99s, the daily pivot would move up with it, and we'd probably be right in that area. If we could get a entry, it would be nice. Now, even the extension short that we've seen here from 95.25s to lows is not respecting its 50%, and we've broken old lows. 200 cover, 107 cover, 128 cover, 200 cover, 600 there. Okay, good point. We do have, the 50% of the day, 898. So there's an extension short with a target of 899.25s. Excuse me, 899.75s. There's the 50% of the entire day, and that is at 898.25s. That's trading hours only, which is 6 points away. Okay. Looks like we can finally get a low tick and a new bullish trend line. And 15 minutes until 2 o'clock. The next 50% long, I mean, we have not had even a pullback, even a blip. There's not even micro longs in here. It's just halfway back, 91.25s and 91.50s on a front run. You know, 21s are going to be front run more than likely. 50s are going to be respected. And we're outside of the daily doldrums now, so. Okay, we get a little pullback on bank here. Nothing spectacular. We have 122 selling, 50 selling. The 61.8% line has been traded at that extension short. And the euro is off of its lows. There's a 50% short that it was sold into, and it came right back up to this that 50% level. And it looks as though it has the chance of breaking out to the high side at this point. And still no pullback on the ES. Jeff, have you ever tried to develop a program or systems to trade for me? I know that there have been attempts right now. The problem is, and I can only see this happening on a 15-minute chart, it would be a little bit longer time frame. Because the swing highs and swing lows, I mean, they do take a person to draw them. But on the 15-minute chart, if it was going to trigger a 50%, and if it was just going to trigger every single 50% retracement, of course, there'd have to be some human intervention, I think, based on the trend. Like it would say, you know, only take short setups now, or only take long setups now. But I think that it's possible. I just don't know how. And I think that the program trades, they would be, you know, they wouldn't be that often. I wouldn't feel comfortable with them being that often. Now we have a new high. We've actually broken now a 61.8% line. Great, Cabo. Good to have you. Okay, when I draw fibs, the line from 0 to 100 disappears, and mine it stays. Do you guys see these dotted lines right here? Or do they not show up where I'm hovering a mouse right here? The dotted lines don't come up? Shoot. Yeah, the vertical line when drawing. The only problem, Canuck, is that if I make those really dark or really white, I mean, I can try to make them a little bit darker, a little bit thicker. But if I have too many white lines on my chart, then you get targets and 100% and zero lines, you know, mixed up. Yeah, still no pullback. And 92.25s have just acted like a brick wall here. Those are our previous lows. Previous lows are those 92.25s. Every single time that we've come down to that level, they just covering them, buying them in a low tick. Market breadth is negative 10.9 to 1. Okay, when I draw the line, that disappears when I'm done. Okay, we're coming into a negative 23% target. And this 50% short is gone. It's failed. Of this entire last move, it looks like we have a short at 93.50s. And this is on a 15-minute chart. That's from a high at 8.98 even to our lows. And you see that we did have participation back there. And this is a 15-minute, 50% short. Things have changed, and still anticipating an entry. I don't want to rush it and buy highs, but if this 50% short works out, we'll get a nice run back down into possibly previous lows here. Danny, I'm still flat. I'm still waiting for an entry on the long. It just seems like it's been forever, but there's a 50% long here from previous lows. And then we do have a 15-minute, 50% retracement short that's drawn from 98 even to our lows that, is seeing some participation now. But of that move, from highs to lows, I'm not showing up at all. Looking for a pullback. First, we want to watch, these old lows, of course, because this, looks like an inverted head and shoulders at 92 evens. 92.25's trade. Kind of like to wait for those because I do believe that this big 15-minute, 50% short, is people are going to be looking at this as it's valid too. People are still selling into this market. Other people have hit their targets, and new people are selling into the next setup they see. Yeah, Canuck, I found out how to change it. Trend curve properties. Yeah, I have all these. I changed them all here. I have the 0 and 100% lines on gray at 3, the 50, and the red and yellow are at 1s. And then the target is at 5. White line is at 5, and the gray lines are at 3. So hopefully that... Yeah. Gray is at 3, Canuck. We have now 92.25s that have traded in a low tick. And they're still pumping it up. $92.75's trade. Yeah, the trend line curve properties, I don't want the diagonal line in there. It's black. Too many lines on my charts. Not going to change it. If you look at the gray lines, that is where the 100 and the 0 line are. If I get too many lines on my charts, I start to go insane. Okay, 92.75's trade. 92.50's trade. Okay, that is front running that line that they've been respecting by a tick at this point. 92.75's. 92.50's trade. See if they fill. Daryl, what about the horizontal price level lines? Yours look like they're red, white, dotted, but I don't see that option. It's just a fib tool. You know, my horizontal lines are fibs. When I want to draw a horizontal line, I double click, and that gives me a horizontal line. When I want to draw a fib, I click and drag. So if you want to copy these settings, okay, 92's trade. Just copy this. That's a picture of it. Okay, 92's traded again. This has been like a brick wall here, guys. And 573 cover, 300 cover, so it's 873 covering right there, buying. Paul long from 92.25s. That last fill just briefly dipped below. And then we traded 93s, which 3 ticks. It's worth trying, and you know, getting into a reduced risk trade to see if it works at this point. Sorry, 892.25s. Order was sitting at 892.25s. Traded there, traded there, traded there. No fill, no fill, no fill. And then traded 92s, filled. There's only a couple things you can do in a situation like that. If you buy 50s, you have to wait for 25s to trade. Basically, unless you get your magic fill, which sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. So right now I have, you know, first target hit -4. So 91.25's trade, I basically get stopped out for a reduced risk trade. Which, you know, to kind of rationalize that, there's another 50% line down here at 91.50s. So $372 selling. $207. Bank robbery. What's my reason for going long at 92.25s when there's a larger short at a similar price? The larger short is up here at 93.50s. Yeah, I agree that there is a short up there, and then there's the long at 91.25s. One, I guess I'm impatient. I've been waiting a half an hour for a retrace back into 91.50s, and the way I rationalize it is, even if we do break down and trade at 91.50s, I'm not stopped for break even until we hit 91.25s. If we do continue to see support at 92s, then I have a position. That's the only spot that I can buy in this to get 3 ticks and get a reduced risk trade. So the reason that I got long, I might be being impatient, and I might be proved that here in a little bit. But the way I rationalize it is that we've broken out of a 50% short, we broke out of a 50% short extension, and that we've hit a negative 23% target. I mean that right there, and seeing bank off of its lows, seeing short covering like that off of a negative 23% target, those negative 23% targets get hit, and things change. I mean, there are computers that take profit. And I don't just think on the E-minis. I think that the E-minis, drive the market. They're the steering wheel, the rudder, whatever you want to call it. And I think that a lot of buying and selling decisions all across the market are based upon those levels. It's also S3. That's right, S-Banker. Not to mention S3, which contains the market 90% of the time. So, I mean, if you look for a 50% retracement on a 15-minute chart, and that's the only kind of trades that you take, we have a 50% level at 91.25s or 91.50s, which, those are huge levels. There was a short at 91.75. Okay. That I took, stopped. I had a bad. Was that a bad trade because the negative 23% target was hit? It wasn't necessarily a bad trade. But this looks different than every other move up into a 50% short that we've seen all day. When we see this kind of short covering, 233 bars, after we've had this kind of consolidation, went straight sideways, and you see 4 points in 6 minutes, it just, after a negative 23% target, after S3, but it could have worked out. As long as you get a first target hit, that's the most important thing. And you can see that there was some participation there. If you're filled at 91.75s, 91.25s traded. You're one tick off of a first target hit, which is a shame. Most of the time, even if you would have taken that, you would have gotten that first target hit. That was just bad luck, if there's even such thing. It's just, you know what I mean? You took a high probability setup, and I see people that were selling into that right there, as well as our previous lows. You can just make a rule. When you see a negative 23% target hit on a 15-minute chart, just assume that there's a trend change. We've had, last week is a great example. We hit 3 big 15-minute 50% retracements last week, and most of them stopped within a couple ticks of each other, of the negative 23. And this one today is stopped to the tick. That was at 89.25s. And it's, that move started on Friday from 921s to 890s. So that was a 31-point move. It's amazing. Okay, now we're breaking down, and we have now traded at 91.75s. 91.50s is the 50% long. We're finally getting some low ticks. 91.50s trade. '50s trade. And '50s trade. '75s trade. This is basically the pullback that we were looking for. '91.50s trade, '75s trade. $646 buying 91.75s. 150 buying them. 92.25s trade. So patience is a virtue. That long held at 91.50 so far. $540 cover, 92.50s. Target is 94.50s for right now. Doc, for the long at 91.50. Okay. We have selling, then we have large covering. Do you wait for the next low tick? A lot of times, I got in early because I was pessimistic that we'd even dip down to that 50%. But those, you can wait for the second tick, but a lot of times that first one is kind of the one to be in. Let's do this. Let's look for the next low tick. Okay, now from what people see on a 15-minute chart, they say, okay, now we've seen a bounce off of a 50% long off of our lows. Now it's kind of obvious. So, what do we get when we get the next low tick? So let's just look for the next low tick here. And 92s might trade again. Okay, we have a hook here, which means that we have a new bar that's making lows. A lot of people talk about like tick hooks. That's when you'll see this hook low. It'll start to look like a fish hook right here. That means that a new bar is open and that it's headed higher. So you can buy the first low tick on a bullish trend line, or you can wait for the next low tick. And when we see the next low tick, we might not get a low tick here, but we might just get a tick hook higher. So we have to keep watching this here. Okay. $92.75s, $92.50s trade, 25s trade. Coming back into the next low tick. Now 92s trade. And now we're back in a low tick at minus 638. And those are, when you see a tick low like that, I mean, there's a safe entry in there if you can catch an order there. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Anthony, breath is terrible. All we really have is we bounce off a negative 23% target, and we've hit S3. Breath is not good, but the market can rally on negative breath. The question is now is, are there enough, as far as the week goes, is there enough possible bad news out there that bears don't care about covering? And there's a possibility that could happen. Who cares about covering? That's what will send this market higher, not the bulls. The bulls can initiate the move, but this move off our lows was short covering, and being up here and not making new lows will be, bears short covering. It's the pullback after the initial move that the bulls have the control over. And when they fail that, that's a fake out. So what we have here is for targets, possible targets halfway back for the day, 98.25s. Okay, 93.50s trade. First thing that we're going to see is, the possible. $50 back for the day is really the very first at 98. And then we have previous lows at 99.25s. So as of right now, when we break out of a bunch of measured move shorts, then we move back into the larger move. and draw that 50% short. And then we use that as a target for a counter trend move up into that level. You know. So ADX is 13.0, incredibly low. And the 50% short trades. New high tick for the day, only at a positive 501, 501, high tick of the day. Back to step away for just a minute, guys. 91.25 straight. And 92 now. 119 selling is 91.75s. 250, 200 selling the 91.50s. 165 buy them. In a high tick. In its range. We're in a high tick now. We've traded one tick into that 50%. $255 selling the 91.75s. Getting a hook. 92.25 straight. See what the 50% short does here. At 92.50s. 92.25s trade. 125 selling at 192.25. 237 selling 92.25s. Still in this high tick in its range. The long is still valid, the short is still valid. ADX is 14.1. The euro's in a slow grind higher. Yeah, we are in a no trade zone, the ADX. We're still in this high tick. If they wanted to slam this market down, they could here. Bank got hurt in that last run down. Almost made new lows of the day. Okay, we're coming back into a low tick. $91.75 trade, 91.50s trade. Tick is still high. Now we are in a low tick. 91.75s. We're in a low tick in that same bullish trend line. We had a high tick of the day, and the second high tick was sold into. I don't think I've ever seen a day where the high tick of the day was 500. And that was a pullback in that same 50%, 15-minute, 50% long. We went one tick in. Target on the long is still 894.50s. All right, here we go. 894.50s is the negative 23% target. So explain to me why I'm long. It's true, Canuck. It's absolutely true. New high tick. Market can continue to make high ticks. Yeah, Joe M. Yeah, I got stopped out and had to re-enter at 91.75s on that on that last low tick. What's frustrating, about stuff like that is you get stopped out by one tick. No, S Banker, I'm going to hold on to it at past the negative 23. And the only reason is because on the 15-minute chart, we have a much larger target up here and the daily pivot, which the market will usually gravitate to by the end of the day, up at 97s, which is 3 points away now. And if we do break out of the 61.8% line, which is right on top of this negative 23% target, then it will, we'll have an official trend change at that point. That's a 15-minute 50% retracement. I don't want to get out too early, so there's the negative 23% target gets hit. And the mere fact that we've broken past that 50 is it's funny, Hans. Joanne, have a good day. And there's 20 minutes. There is 20 minutes until the last hour. So just, if you have rules that keep you from trading the last hour, just abide. It's choppy and slow. Bank stopped out at 50s. What's the best way to re-enter now? We're back in a low tick, but it's not corresponding with price. Price is hanging. We're in a low tick at the minus 700 range. So you could look for, the next 50% is down at 92.75s or 93s. There's even an extension long right here. And it's a micro extension long. It's right at 93.50s. And we haven't traded there yet. But watching these pullbacks and these ticks start to, turn. They have to coincide with the 50% level, though. Okay, 93.50s trade. And see that tick hook just fell. It fell away. And you can also look at it this way. If you came back into the 50% long, at 92.75s. Now this is what I always look for. I don't know if I've ever explained this before. When you see how we have an extension and then a traditional long here? I'll look at like 92.75s and I'll say, okay, if I get filled at, 93.50s, it's just the extension fails here. But let's just say you get filled at 93.50s. If I get my first target hit, which would be at 94.25s, where is my stop going to be? Okay, it's going to be at 92.50s, which is all the way down here at that 61% level. And so I look at that and I go, okay, well, worst case scenario, I'm going to get filled. It can move against me, but this is still valid, even below this traditional 50%. And if you don't get a first target hit, it's all the way down at the 92s. So that's kind of how I look at that stuff too, is when, do I have enough room in here for a great entry off an extension to not get stopped out on the traditional move? And, a lot of times I'll take those because, I'll be afraid to, I might miss something. And if it's a valid setup, getting in early, and you can front run that by 93s traded. It was 92.75s, and it was front run by a tick. So you'd actually have to have 93.25s to get filled, which is only one tick worse than the 93.50s. Rookie, have a great day. And guys, you guys that join later on the day, I know there's some more people here. I want to these trading days are going to be recorded. I'm going to be posting them in the webinar section. So if you ever want to go in, we'll have to download it as a Windows Media file. But I am going to start making an archive of every single day. And negative 23% targets hit. And we're now trading past the 61.8% line. And we're in a low tick. One thing that bothers me is continuing to look for shorts is you just have to reach to find one. We have right now is a previous high. That's it at this point. So negative 23% target and a previous high at 94.50s. Still a bullish setup. And bank is going nuts right now. Um, 91.75s, John. When we came back in that last low tick, it was right at 34s. So I got stopped by a tick. It was 36. So we had not made a new high tick. It was actually right when we had that 501 high tick right here. And then we were sitting up here in another high tick. And then there was a short that was just hanging there. The tick came down. Price barely did. Then we came down to this bearish or bullish trend line at minus 797. And then made that high tick for the day. Yeah, I wonder how many hours it'll take to download to my PC. I'm not sure yet, and I'm not sure if this is going to work, but they'll be zipped, and hopefully not take too long. 66, yeah. When I hit 25s, yeah, I got stopped, which is frustrating because it was by a tick. But what are you going to do? I never thought about that, Evie. Lee Trader, yeah, I did. After we had come down here, I got stopped for a tick, and then we were in a pullback on the tick right before it was at 236. And then we made a lower tick. And we had the high tick a day and that negative 23% target that was hit. It was also a previous high. So it wasn't just the negative 23% target that we ran into resistance. That was, it was 54, 94.50s were also previous highs. Yeah. So yeah, I've had a bunch of requests. I just didn't know how I was going to do it at first, but I figured out a way. And hopefully the downloads don't take too long. I hope it works like I think it will. Maybe worthwhile to break the video into 1 hour increments, or only hit the record button when you're speaking. I don't know if that's going to work because I'd have a whole bunch of files. I'll figure out a way to make it work. The tick trend is, since that low tick, we're still in this slightly bullish triangle, slightly bullish trend line. And we've made two new high ticks for the day. And 790 is more like it. I mean, I've never seen the market close with a high tick reading of 500 before. And 790, I think that's pretty normal. The market used to be to where it didn't even used to get over 800 that much. And if you saw over 1,000, it was like a wow event. Should open up my own torrent tracker for the vids. Gary, that might need to do that. I don't know how to do it, but no way, baby. Sorry, 946 cover, 544 sell, 444 sell, so wash. It's 1,000 buying, 1,000 selling right there. It's funny, Dana. I'm not going to repeat that one. She might hear me. Bank is a mess, guys. If you look at bank here, the tick isn't that bad, but bank is at lows. It's just all over the place right now. XLF is down almost 5%, much more than bank. Okay. That should take a look at stocks too. Stocks is off of its lows. Euro's not looking great too, either. Actually pretty choppy day on the euro today. Like I should be like 100 pip day 100 pip range is choppy for the euro. It's kind of funny. But looking at bank and the ADX is a warning not to get into a position. It's just really choppy. I don't see. There's really only two things to do right now. The next 50. That's why I redrew this 50%. I did it the entire move, from our lows at 89.25s to our highs at 94.50s, 894.50s. And it looks like they're front running that 92 by a tick right now. But with the ADX being as low as it is, and bank just going, I mean, usually bank, you guys know this from just, bank will trend. If we're going to move, bank will make the move first. And I really like to depend on bank for that. You know, if I see the ES at lows and bank is breaking new lows, you know, I'm going to stay short. If you know, we're at highs and, you know, bank is breaking new highs, I'm going to stay in a trade. But, you know, seeing this sideways action on bank, you know, at lows, you know, is concerning. There's really, as far as 50% shorts go, I can't find one other than we're just selling into, or they're selling into previous highs at this point, at those 954 50s. Which, when I don't have a 50%, I don't have a target. And if I don't have a target, I don't make a trade. Does that make sense? So and maybe I'm not looking hard enough, but no, I have an Irish. It's just saying, yeah, 50% of the day is 98.50s. And all I see is long setups into that HSM. That's really all I see. Other than that, I mean, the 15, you know, we've broken trend on the short side. And whenever we break trend on the short side, I'm always looking at the next pullback. And that when we break trend on the, what I mean by when we break trend is we've broken all these measured move shorts, we break out, and then I look for, and then I pull from the highs to the lows of that entire trend here, and I just target the next 50%. I mean, it's basically the setup. And it works a lot. Wouldn't be surprised, Hector. Okay, back at highs. There's a new negative 23% target at 95.75s. And the daily pivot right now is at 97 evens still. So 3 points away. Okay, Sox and Bank running together. In 904, yeah. I mean, it's a decent short target, Canuck. It's definitely valid. In fact, if we run past that 50% short, I mean that's really, if we run past the 50% short at 898, the next possible sell-off point will be our lows for last week, which is at 899.25s. But if we run past 99.25s, 899.25s, 904 is the trade. because the short extension that I'm seeing is right at that 899.25, 899.75s. So if we can get through 25s and 899.25s, 899.75s, the next target's 904. Absolutely. $904 is Friday's swing high before the close, two lows. So 919.75s, 919.75s to lows. And that would be that 904.50. And then there's the extension short. Okay, and that's from Friday's lows. And that brings us to a 99.75. And you could just say that, between 99.25s and 99.75s are a resistance level, and just leave it at that. I mean, I'm not going to draw it up. First level is 98.50s. We're obviously going to have to get past our daily pivot for tomorrow. And the daily pivot, even if we run up, it more than likely will move up with us into those areas, those 99.50s. Okay, finally breaking out. 95.25s trade. These are old lows. 95.25s are old lows. We have a negative 23% target at 95.75s. And that's the new 15-minute 50% retracement long. And it came a couple ticks off of, actually 2 ticks off of. What's interesting about this move is, the last 50% long that we were looking at had that negative 23% target. It blew past its 61.8% line, and its negative 23% target lined up with those previous lows of the day, 895.25s. Coming back into another low tick at 93.75s on the ES. I totally break up to 97 area. Yeah, I think 98.50s is the 50 of the day. This bank is strange today. Chopping around at lows. And we are in the last hour of the day, so we have 53 minutes left in the day. First target we're looking for is the daily pivot / 50% short, 50% of the day. And whatever comes first, I'm sure that we will see selling into those levels. They are going to defend. The bears are going to defend the sell-off. They're going to look at it as just another opportunity to add to shorts. ADX is at 13.6. This next entry was at 93.75s. The last 50% that it was in, it went all the way to what could be, if you had a 78% line up here, it would have contained it. This right in here is trading at 61. 93.50s. Hasn't failed yet. How do you adjust the margins? Are you talking about the right-left, Grant? You go into Style, Settings, and then it's called Right Bars. In general, all the way down at the bottom, you can do up bars, down bottom, down bars, right bars. I usually leave the down and up alone unless I have a target up there that I can't see, but you can usually see those on a 15. And 50 minutes left in the day. .8% line breaks. The last one we came down into, same thing happened. We traded 2 ticks into the 61.8% line. Actually, 1 tick in. So 93.50s, 93.25s trade. .25s trade. .93s trade. 464 selling, 400 selling. .467 again selling. Here's 420. Selling 93.25s. 93s trade. 93s trade, and we were in a high tick. 61.8% line fails. ADX is at 12.6. Breath, negative 10.7 to 1. Okay, DZ, see a 50% short. 95.50s from 901.75s. 901.75s. 901. Yep. Let's see what 901 is on a 233 here. 901.75 to lows. And that is a 50% short with 886 as a target. DR Trader, yeah, photo of the charts for the ADX. Okay. So those are the settings I have on the screenshot. Again, on 15-minute charts, keep coming back from lows to highs. That was a decent move off of our previous lows of the day. Start a new candle, and 92.25s were another 50%. Lead Trader, I forgot what I said about the trend being at 1.5 or 2.0. The basic rule for the trend, and the only real rule I have for the trend left, is that if it hits on the very first test of the day, like this wouldn't count because we came out at 2.7. But the very first test of the day, if it hits 1.5, it's a short covering. It's a short covering signal, kind of like what we see when we have a low tick of the day. So it's called the trend 1.5 trade. And then later on in the day, if we continue to be bearish for the rest of the day, then there's the trend 2.0 trade, and that's the second level. George, how can I get the same price range as you? I have my range at 924 to 88. Range, George, I understand the question. Are you talking about what you can view on a chart? All I can really see is 20 days back on TOS, unless you go to a daily chart, which is a little bit frustrating sometimes. On the 2-day 233, okay. I think it might be the size of my screens, compressing the screen. The easiest thing to do is I like to make it to where if I'm 2 clicks in, I can view the charts well. So what you have to do is experiment a little bit. Try it at 1 day, 233, and then try 2 clicks in and see what it looks like. And then if that doesn't look good, go to 3 days, 233, and then go 2 clicks in or 1 click in and see if it looks nice. I mean, with TOS, it actually takes some experimentation to get your charts to look the way that you like them. And as they do new builds, it sometimes changes, which is always interesting. The other thing that you can do and we're selling into previous highs again at 94.50s, selling off hard into it. Yeah, George, and I believe I'm at 1400 by AV. AV asked, how can we change the TOS to look bullish after we've entered a bullish trade? Let me think. Don't look at the daily. Don't look at the weekly. The only thing it looks bullish on is the 233 at this point. Yeah, there is a setting to see above, high, and low. You can go 10 bars up, 10 bars low. But it really compacts the screen down. The bars become very short, and have you ever seen charts like this where some of these candles are very, very short, which is, it's hard to see what's going on when they're that compressed. And also make sure that you're on, this might be something too, float price axis. Make sure float price axis, it's not fixed, it's floating. That might be it. Bank is basing at lows. We're so close to making new lows. It would take very, very little for them to slam this thing down. But bullish setups are still valid. We broke out of the only thing that this short. When we have a series of just measured moves down for the day, you see extensions. You see 50% shorts work. Whenever you run out of that range, there's the possibility for a trend change. And then what we had here today is when we had hit that negative 23% target, and we blew out of the 61.8% line to the high side. It's just, the next pullback looked long. And, that's what we've been in now for, seems like forever. This is the longest part of the day. Yeah, there you go. Canuck. Turn the screen upside down. Then you have a bullish. Bank is breaking down, close to its lows of the day. Bank is at its lows of the day. And Bank is breaking its lows of the day. Bank is making new lows now. It's a big deal here, guys. This is another new low for Bank. More new lows for Bank. And the ES is holding on to its 15-minute, 50% retracement. So the rule is don't fight Bank. Bank went from going sideways to down again. No buying longs for right now. And Bank continues to make new lows. Bank will drag the ES down most of the time. You just keep drawing support lines on Bank, and it just keeps blowing through them. $90 selling, $150 selling. $525 buying, 92.75s. Another new low for Bank. Morning lows for Bank. We're still in a low tick. It's amazing to me that the ES is holding up here. It's still in a bullish setup too. And bank came off its lows. We're in a high tick. George, great. Float axis was it. It's 3:30 in New York. Bank continues to make new lows. Very, very strange stuff. This doesn't happen very often here. I would expect right now that the ES would be breaking new lows with bank acting like this. Sox is holding up. And bank has gotten completely slammed. We're looking at the kind of trend that we had this morning in our sell-off. But the ES is not selling off. Huh. Lisa, great tip. Go into settings and uncheck fit studies to screen. You don't have to keep zooming in and out. It's a great tip. Looks good, even though the market is choppy. RV, it's right at entry. There's my entry. 91.75s. In fact, I'm going to take it down to 91.50s just in case they give up a tick at 91.75s here, and then rip it higher. Oh my goodness. ADX 12.7. And we're in a 50% from highs, from lows to highs. Bank continues to make new lows, and the ES continues to respect its last pullback. I'd love to look short here, but I can't do it. I mean, we still have a 15-minute chart that is still showing a bullish setup, and the daily pivot is now at 96.75s. And this long actually has a target at 96.75s. Welcome to the last hour of the day. So we went up and touched our old lows at 95.25s, and we're stuck between a 50% line and those highs. Bank did come off its lows. And this is the third time that we've traded at 92.25s. Still have a target up at 96.75s. $94.75 trade. One tick off of our highs. No new high tick for the day. Bank's off its lows. Breath is negative 9.0 to 1. Danny, why is bank falling off a cliff and the ES barely moving? Danny, you got me. It doesn't happen often, but we're still in bullish setups on the ES. And again, we retest 95.25s. $268 and $250 covering 94.75s. $329 covering 94.75s. Now we're back in a low tick. And it's the last hour, so we have 20 minutes left to go. And 1,200 and 400, so 1,643 selling, 94s there. In a low tick. And this bullish trend line is barely hanging on here. We're getting our hook. Hook's gone. In a 50% long and a low tick, and it blows out its 50%. $92.75 trade. ADX at 15.6. Bank close to making new lows. 567, 518. Selling. There's 1,000 selling 93s. And we're back in a low tick. "17 minutes until the cash close. $92.50s trade. 25s trade. Again, 25s trade. $92s trade. 75s trade. One tick into 75s. And 75s trade. $7.5s trade. 50s trade. Okay, 61.8% line broken. $900 covered. in a low tick. Great example on bank. That was the farthest out that I've ever seen bank do that. Okay, retesting 92s. 92s were support. Now become resistance. 25 straight. $92 25s. 112 sell. 94 selling. 92 25s. 96 selling. 92 25s. Back in a high tick. The bullish side has failed. 15 minutes left to go. It's going to turn into a trend day here. Let's look at a 15-minute chart here. Just see what. On a 15-minute chart, the next 50% retracement short is 93 25s. 93's trade in a high tick. And here is bank did come off of its lows. We failed a bullish setup when we're in a 50% short on a 15-minute chart. $144 cover, $400 cover, $138 cover. $224. Trade a 61.8% line here. $275 selling, $185 selling. Targets 890s. Breath's negative 10.1 to 1. Do you think we gap up tomorrow or not? No. I think a gap down is more probable than a gap up at this point. Even a rally back up into the daily pivot is what normally would happen. I mean, we have the normal ebb and flow of the market, especially on such a huge day like this, a gap down. And we talked about this before. Like when we see these kind of markets, when we have sell-offs like this, we'll have this couple weeks up, and then it'll take 2.5 weeks to retrace the 50%. And what you see on those days are gap down after gap down after gap down. Most of the time you'd see us trade at the daily pivot. Just trading at the daily pivot and being bearish there is bearish for the next day. The fact that we can't even make it up to the daily pivot, that the bears out there have no reason to cover shorts at this point, It's incredibly bearish. So 66, I mean, that's just my opinion, but I'm just thinking about all the bears today. You know, we've had, this has turned into a trend day. Bank continues to make new lows. There's a negative 23% target. Negative 23% target, 890. Bank continues to tick lower. Breath's negative 12 to 0.1, excuse me, 12.0 to 1, negative. 234, 235 selling, 370 selling, 91.25s. Breezer, do you think that we sell off or rally to the pivot from here? We have 9 minutes. If we were going to rally into the daily pivot, we would have done it without failing that 61.8% line. That 61.8% line, the 15-minute, 50% long, failed when we broke through here. And the next pullback long, the next high tick, is just a trend change. It's just like any other time frame. When we broke that 61, I lost all confidence in it. Move back up into the daily pivot with a possible gap down for tomorrow. Unfortunately, Irish, I can't. It was the 45, but I didn't see participation at that 93, and it scared me off. So, no, unfortunately. If we buy some magical, I mean, there's still time to get in here. And the ADX is 13.5. I really wish we had a higher ADX reading here. If by some magic we ended up moving into the daily pivot, yeah, I would sell it. But I don't think that we will. After hours, what we'll probably be looking for is, on a 15-minute chart, a move back up into just a 50 of this last move down. And again, another 50%. Here's 900 selling. Here, another entry in a high tick. And where am I? Here's 225. Cam, do you immediately move your stop to -2 after hitting your first target? No, I don't. I'll let it move to +6 or +8. I'll have it at -4. And if I get to +6 or +8, depending on what I see for support and resistance, if we're far away from some support, I'll drag it back up. But if it can move against me and still work and still be at that -4, I'll keep it at -4, so I don't have to re-enter. If that makes any sense. Tonight I'm looking for shorts. Yeah, -2 is really, really tight, Cam. It's almost impossible to get a trade-off at -2. There's nothing wrong with, once you have some room on it, bringing it to break even. But in those initial first moments, well, especially in this kind of stuff here, getting first target hits and having a -2, you're just basically paying a broker here, buying his lunch. So of that last 50% short, there's a new target, 88.75s. So we came 1 tick off of lows. 2 ticks off the lows of the day. And then right back up into a 50% short. There's 230 selling, 860 selling, 190 selling, 890 50s. Would you be breaking a rule with the ADX like this? Jeff, I had a rule. My original rule for the last hour is to not make a single trade. It's just to manage what I have. And I do make exceptions if I see a 15-minute 50% short. Which, when you see something like that, you gotta take it. But I can't see it. And these were valid entries, and they did work out. But in the last hour, the likelihood of them holding those 61.8% lines is usually not very good. $88.75 is the next negative 20 or 600 selling. 220, 120 selling 890s. 1300. 1700 covered. 500 covered. In a low tick. Bank is close to breaking new lows for the day. Bank breaks new lows for the day. Breath is negative 13.0 to 1. Okay, see what our target is. Target has us breaking lows for the day. At lows, 1,000 cover, 1,000 sell. $1,500 selling. Okay, 88.75 is the negative 23% target. 88.75 trade. 264 cover. 700 selling. 950 selling. No stopping. Okay, if you're short, I'd hold on to. If you're short above 90 or at 93.75s and above, you have safe shorts. actually 92.25s. You have safe shorts. Yeah, it's 4 points away. Okay, so 50% of that entire move from lows to highs, we're going to be watching for 91.50s. And here is that download for the original market internals spreadsheet. And they're even respecting a 50% short after the bell here. There's the market internal spreadsheet. Amazing. So we have our cash close at 888.50s. 888.50s is the cash close. The daily pivot for tomorrow is 894. 894. We've hit all of our negative 23% targets. We've blown through that 890. And we have the possibility of gapping down tomorrow. And honestly, we could do it even before we close at our 415 close here. Unfilled gaps below us. I have a whole slew of post-it notes here. Mark, 853. Looks like I have that one. I think I have an 860. I'm going to have to take a look tonight. I haven't had to go through these in a while. Yeah, give or take a tick. So guys, for tonight, we have the only thing that I saw us selling into was that previous low. You could make a case for a short. Someone had seen that 901.75, but this next downturn is on its way, and the weekly chart has a target. And I know it doesn't sound right, but it's in the 500s for this next run. Guys, drawing from the Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers fiasco to our lows. The next real target that I see on a larger time frame for some longer term holds is 810.75s. And I know that doesn't sound like it could possibly happen, but 823.75 is the target on that one. But I think an inverted head and shoulders is the very least that we could expect down here. Down at 739s. You guys that are holding short, nice job. So we had this negative 23% target, this last one that we had, and it seems like it's still holding up. We have 887s as the negative 23% target after that. And as soon as 415 opens up, we're going to find out if we get some short covering into another 50% short. Be looking for in a 15-minute chart. We could run back up into the 50% for the day. But I think this market's going to get hurt after hours. Our old lows become resistance. So I'm going to be looking to sell 89.25s, and I'm going to be watching there. And depending on where we close at the 415 close, we're looking for a 50% from that low too, because we could swing up into that 50% after hours. Let's get that from lows to whatever our lows, from highs to whatever our lows are going to be at this 415 close, and that will be a 50% level. And if we can somehow get past 89.25s, then I'm going to be looking for that 50% short and holding. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. Like I said, whatever the 415 close is, draw from highs to lows, watching that 50% line. And then 89.25s, of course, are going to be resistance. And I'm going to be watching that to just roll over and die and hold for another gap down tomorrow. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. I want to thank you for all coming to the room. Thanks for participating. You guys are special because this place is special because of you guys and the guys that participate, and I appreciate it. It's fun. So if you have any questions or comments for me, just give me an email, eminiaddict@gmail.com, or if you want, you can respond to any of the comments sections. Those are all hooked up on emails. So you can actually respond to all the posts from your email address. And I'm going to get this recording up from now on. For those of you guys that didn't hear earlier in the day, I am going to record every single day and then archive them. And they're going to be for download. And I'm not sure exactly how long it's going to take to download. This is going to be an experiment, so just keep an eye out for that later on today. All right, guys, great day, huge day. This is going to be one for the memory books, and hopefully we get another gap down tomorrow. That would be absolutely awesome. So have a great night, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care, guys.